Hello, everyone, and welcome to Dovetail Games Publish Weekend. We're celebrating Festival Rail for Train Simulator Classic, and there's all sorts of things going on. But we've got a host of streams today. What we'll do is we'll get in, and you can have a look to see what streams are there. So there we go. Tonight you've got at 5, just after this, you've got Philadelphia, New York by Train Simulator Driver. At 6 o'clock, you got Brighton Main Line by the British Ace. And then at 7 o'clock, you've got the introduction to Train Simulator Classic by me. So that's sort of showing you the core of Train Simulator Classic and going through all the different routes and how to and all the different tools in the menu. And then you've got at 8:30, you've got Cologne Koblenz by Train Sim Play. Now all the routes and everything are all on sale. So I'll go over to the sale bit, which is just here. So as you can see, you got Huddersfield Line. It's got 45% off. Hellskirchen Virgil has got 30% off. Taurus Mountains 20%, and Tokyo High Speed has got 40% off. And also, Train Simulator Classic itself has 69% off as well. So there's all sorts of different locomotives, routes that are all on sale as well. So have a look on the Steam page and see what is available and what you fancy. Oh, and if you hang around on the live stream, you'll have a chance to get dropped Festival of Rail rewards. So these are Steam backgrounds and emotes. Today we'll be giving out 3 different Train Simulator Classic backgrounds, so be sure to keep watching and get a chance to get them. So let's start off. Train Sim Driver will be streaming Philadelphia to New York on the GG1, which is currently 80% off on the Festival Rail deals. Take it away.
G'day viewers, we're here in Philadelphia and we're going to drive the Pennsylvanian. We're getting hauled by a GG1. I'm Train Simulator Driver from Down Under. Let's get this big beast underway. So we need some lights in here so we can see what's going on. Headlights, actually already did that. We don't need a bell. We've got signals, we've got no power happening. This is good. Let's get the brakes off. Get that massive horn going. Get her into forwards. And let's get some power happening. I'll just pop on the little HUD. Let's go and watch it emerge from outside here as we come out into the snowy route. Now the GG1 is not part of the New York-Philadelphia route, but it is running on the route that's on sale in the Dovetail Publisher event, which is on right now. As we gradually head out here, North Philadelphia. Sorry, Philadelphia, and we're heading to North Philadelphia. Now I have actually done this ride on a train. A funny story actually, I was booked onto an Acela class to ride this. Looking forward to it, thinking good high speed running. You know what we got? Turns out the Acela was broken. And we ended up with some clapped out New Jersey Transit thing, hauling a rake of pretty old Amtrak coaches. They weren't heavyweights, but they weren't exactly new either. Now why am I running the GG1? Because it's got a really cool horn, that's why. Wouldn't you? So this run goes for about an hour and a half, so you'll be watching a condensed version on the video. Just fix my headlight up there. There we go. As we cruise out on this lovely sunny day in Philadelphia, anybody'd think it was winter or something. And I'll try and behave myself and watch my speed, but no promises. the last people who saw me stream one of these things know that it didn't exactly end well. You see, I had this idea that the GG1 could probably make the Acela timetable. And I think it probably could, because it seems to top out at about 120 mile an hour, which isn't that far off the 125 mark that you would need to average to make that timetable. But let's just say some points at Trenton and I were not on friendly terms. We all ended up upside down, waving its little wheels in the air in surrender. They were still turning though, which was kind of funny, because it had no power anymore, but it was still going. But that's okay. We're on our way to North Philadelphia. Now, if you check out the reviews of this locomotive, it'll tell you things like, the headlights don't work. Looks pretty lit up to me. It'll tell you things like you can't drop the pantograph. Yes, you can. Should we do that when we're driving? Oh, why not? It's that one, I think. Plonk. Pantograph down. Pantograph up. Looks like it works to me. Oh, well. Now, they do comment on the tiny little viewport you get, but, you know, it's just not that unusual on a train. Now, this thing, remember, is 1920s, 30s? Somewhere around that vintage. So, expect the same visibility as a steam train, and that's pretty much what you get. Gratuitous bridge shut. Must do it. Oh, there's two bridges. One's in the way. Let's go forward a bit. There we go. Sounds like a cruise ship on a foggy day. Well, the fog's here. Just no ship. No ship, it's a train. Time for some more speed. Now, it's a pretty old model, but it's got some cool things for its time, including telling me I'm speeding all the time. But it's got in-cab signalling. Some of the more modern stuff doesn't have in-cab signalling, so it's pretty cool. You've got controls for your windscreen wipers, you've got the horn, your visor can go down and up, you can open the window. Now, what you don't have, the open window is actually here. You don't have the ability to look left to your co-worker. So if we go outside the train and go around this side, you can quite plainly see there is a person in there, and you can see yourself on the other side. So you should be able to turn to your left and see yourself, but unfortunately you can't. Doesn't that logo look familiar? Pennsylvania Railroad. Doesn't it remind you of something? Oh yeah, the Long Island Railroad. Guess where they came from? I shouldn't really be speeding up now. We're almost at North Philadelphia. It's got some get up and go. I'll give it that. Now, at North Philadelphia, I'll have to stop with my locomotives out of the platform, because it just doesn't fit. Now, we're on the express track here, so do we run to the outside track to North Philadelphia? That's possible. Perhaps I should start slowing down a little bit just in case. There's a happy looking man. G'day, man. Bit old on the modelling in there. There isn't a passenger view on this one, unfortunately. It's a bit too old for that. No, it looks like we're staying on this track. I can see a platform up there. Now this route comes with some more modern hardware. In the realms of some Amtrak equipment. I think we are changing tracks because that train's in front of us. And if we're not changing tracks, we're crashing into it. Ah, there we go. Oh yes, that's right. It's time for a drag race. Coming out of North Philly. I forgot about this in this scenario. We should make some good camera angles. He's a stopper and we're an express. After this, I think we only stop at Trenton and then the Penn in New Jersey and then New York Penn, I think, from memory. So if I get on with it and get into this station in time, we can have a bit of a hoon fest. As you do. Just checking the signal up ahead is in fact appropriately clear for us, so it's fine that my locomotives are going to be sticking out a bit. Let's get a lot of brakes on. Because not all of our train actually fits in the platform. So we've got to hang out a little. There we go. That'll do. And good-o. Let's go back and have a look at our passengers. It's the other GG1 sitting over here. Sorry, it's a little dark, but you know, it's winter. We cruise along down our train, down the platform here at North Philadelphia. Let's see how much of the train I actually got in. I think there's still probably be a couple of cars sticking out the back, even with that much out the front. Because it's a very long train. Ooh, look out, the Guard's getting ready to go over there. Now we've got one car out the back. That's okay. Alright, let's jump back into the front. Because what I want to do is I want to keep an eye on our friend over there. Let's get the brakes off. I'm just waiting for our mate on the next track to take off as well, so we can do a little bit of parallel running. He shouldn't be too long. Honest. Come on, mate. What are you doing? Looks like old mate's ready to go over there. He's cranked up his headlight. I've got my brakes off, so why don't we start to leave as well? Bit of parallel running from the two cruise liners. I think I was inside his train then. He's beating us. I've chucked all the kittens in the box now. The drag race is on. He's not trying very hard. Ah well, we're just going to get on with the run. Nice knowing you, mate. See you later. Have fun with your stopping all stations. Nice tight curve here. Now for such an old route, it actually is fairly scenic. and I believe it's 80% off. Now, you might assume that I get all my DLC for Dovetail for free, but I don't. And I have to say that I did actually buy this one specifically to run the GG1 because, I don't know, someone mentioned it and I thought, that sounds like fun. And I paid the normal price. Oh well. Just going to start slowing down for this rather tight set of curves up here. You can actually get through them at about 75 or so, but we shall behave ourselves and operate with professionalism and decorum. If you haven't met me before, I stream every Sunday morning with the latest and greatest and a selection of older content. I concentrate mostly on trains. And it's Sunday morning Australian Eastern Daylight Time, 8:30 AM. As we go around the tight curve. Get your ticket today, says the sign. Ah, Paul. Missed that one. Yeah, much better now. Oh. Anyway, that's 8:30 AM Eastern Daylight Savings Time. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time, in fact. I should not forget that. Which equates to sometime in the evening for those of you in the UK and the US who live in my past. That's right, I live in your future. All Aussies do. But don't worry, New Zealanders live in front of us. So if you ever need the lotto numbers or something, just send me a DM. Happy to share. We can all get rich. It's a nice detail down there of some smashed up rail cars. It's another Googie. Get back onto Full Fang. On our way to Trenton, New Jersey. So we'll travel through 3 states today. And this is an important part of the Northeast Corridor. And you can certainly tell it's an American route. Very patriotic. Large flags smattered all over the place, which is pretty much my experience of America. I did live there for 4 years, and I have visited, well, let's just say in all the non-COVID years since then. Except this one. Haven't quite got back into the international travel yet. Does still slightly bother me that I might go somewhere and not be able to come home for a while. This is a massive freeway. If you rode the train, you'd be home by now. Delightful little station there. think he might have been a little bit mad that I was on the tracks. We fly through Holmesburg. On our way to Trenton in only 19 miles. Another GG1 hauling a rake of tank cars with a pretty little caboose on the back. I am driving this with Rail Driver today. Really adds to the immersive experience of driving in the various simulators to have a controller that's got controls similar to a real train. They are a little on the pricey side, but I got mine in 2001 to play with MSTS and it's still going strong. I can't think of any other computer peripheral that I've got that has actually lasted this long. I'm quietly impressed. You only get one horn on this beast, you always have to blow the long one. It is a bit of a Spartan cab, I have to admit, but it's got everything you need. It's got the gauges. Power gauges are the three yellow ones here. We've got our in-cab signalling down here, which means we don't even have to look out the window. Speedometer, various switch controls. We've got all the gauges for our brakes down below. The main ones that you need are the brake pipe, which is the white needle, and the brake cylinder, which is the red needle. You can pretty much ignore the other ones, but they do stuff. Another 10 miles to Trenton. Kind of makes you wish this was later at night. It's only 5:30. This would be a commuter special. Imagine commuting from Philadelphia to New York every day, but I'm sure people do it. Bit of bump and grind going on in this corner. Wonder if it's really a 110 corner. It doesn't feel like it. Feels a little rough. Pretty busy little route, this one, the Northeast Corridor, New York to Philadelphia. Large amount of water over there. There's a small amount of water over there. Wow, imagine living in that housing estate. You come home drunk one day and you go, "Honey, I'm home." And she goes, "Who are you?" "'Cause you're in the wrong house." I think it might be time to put the kittens back in the cage for a little while. Start slowing this beastie down for our stop in Trenton. Green on the stick up there, reflected in here nicely. Being part of the TS Classic range, the GG1, while it's not on sale, for me I think it was about 12 Australian dollars, so whatever that equates to in your Steam normal, who knows, but have a look. It's a fun one in my book. Two miles out from Trenton. Conductor back there would be making the announcements about now that we are approaching Trenton, and that people should, if they're leaving the train, could get their things together and take them off. That didn't sound right. They should get their things together and take them with them when they get off the train. That's better. Wake up the people here. And let's start getting some serious speed off as we come into Trenton. Now we're looking on the old brake pipe down there. Very good. Whoop, let me see a bridge. Bridge. Welcome to Trenton. Slowly crawling our way into Trenton here. Signal tells me that we're diverting onto another track. Reflected there. Not sure how long the platform is at Trenton. After all, last time I came here, it was about now that I ended up upside down. It's amazing what a difference behaving yourself makes. It really is. One of my locomotives ended up on that platform, and the other one was inside the building with part of it sticking out. It's kind of funny. Not appropriate, but funny. We do have an okay signal coming out of here, by the looks. That is my signal up there, isn't it? I think. Because I want to stop with my locomotives out of the platform. Just so the back of my train actually fits. Not going to go through it anyway. All good. Whoops, I pulled a carriage out of the front of the platform. That's it. Yes. Tea and bickies with the manager later. Hop down here on Trenton. Of course, everybody drives a truck. Call those utes in Australia. How did the back of the train go? It's rather a long stop here at Trenton. Now I'm driving Train Simulator Classic, where people just vanish. The difference between the two main simulators, Train Simulator Classic and Train Sim World, apart from falling through platforms, in Train Simulator Classic, you are the train is probably the best way to describe it. This is an awfully long stop. I think I might cut most of this out. But in Train Sim World, you are the driver. You drive the machine. Brakes off, and away we go. You've got to be a little bit gentle with these powerhouses, because you can get some amazing wheel slip if you go a little hard. That police car was just abducted by aliens. Mixed. Could have sworn I was in a 45 zone, officer. Away we go to New Brunswick in 24 miles. Have a quick look at the map. Centre us and zoom out a bit. So we've come along. Can't actually zoom out anymore, but I think we've come along about a third of the route. Oops. Being naughty again. Another train coming the other way here. Nice hat, fella. Another pretty good sized freight. With another cute little caboose on the tail end. Alright, here we go. Powering up. Full power. See what that looks like on the graphs here on our left. We have pegged it up the top. Train's just about pegged at 100. But we're going to keep going. Why? Because we can. Imagine being on the platform when that came past. It's another one. It's a seriously busy little scenario, really. Quite enjoying it. When I try and make scenarios this busy, we get the dreaded out of memory. The amps are dropping off quite steadily. Not using that much power anymore. We've pretty much reached our cruising velocity of 120. It can get a little over 120, not a lot. We'll use this trip to New Brunswick to see if we can get much over it at all. We're using an amazing amount of power to stay at this speed though. 1100 amps. Cruising through Princeton Junction. I can only guess, but I'm guessing the university? Where is it? Still making our way towards New Brunswick in 15 miles. It's amazing how quickly the miles get chewed up at this sort of speed. All greens for the high ball. The origins of the high ball is from one of the original signalling systems, where they did literally have a ball on a rope, and they'd lift it up to the top of a pole, and that was high ball, and that meant you could go through. If there were train orders waiting for you there, you had to stop, and that was low ball. I think only high ball survived into the current railway vernacular. Large industry over there. Some mills of some kind. And big silos. Only 8 miles to New Brunswick now. I think this would be quite an interesting route to drive. Because while it's got a bit of straight and some really long runs, the scenery is quite nice, as I remember it from my trip. We're only about a bit under 3 miles out now from New Brunswick, so I've been letting gravity do its thing and cut the power off a little while ago. I clearly was not watching the cab signals. Woo. That was rough. Sorry for your coffee, ladies and gents. Was so busy cruising along, enjoying the run, didn't even think to look at the cab signals, and bang! Line change. Fortunately, I had already slowed down enough that we survived the experience the correct way up. I wonder what that house keeps in its massive silo back there. The conductor will be letting the passengers know that we are now arriving in New Brunswick. Guessing we'll be here for a while since I'm 7 minutes early. Overshoot. Bad train simulator driver. Good-o. This is a convenient place to have a break. Perhaps we should hop over to the Sunken Diner here. I don't know about you, but I'm expecting something like Star Wars and Mos Eisley. Damn it, it's shut. Oh well. Better get back to the cab. It's almost time to get out of here. Start our brakes releasing. They're coming off nicely. You can see the white metal here. The brake pipe is charging back up. As they equalise, we should see the red needle start to reduce. There we go. Brakes are starting to come off now. Very good. Next stop is Newark Penn Station. That should be, I think, our last stop in New Jersey. Again, to see what my signals say. Green, so we can go full track speed. Oops, bit too many kittens in the box. Bridge shut. Screenshot worthy. Close that. Now we can go full fang. Unleash the terrifying power of kittens. .80-mile-an-hour corner coming up. If you've just joined us, we are driving along the Northeast Corridor from Philadelphia to New York. The route's on sale currently at 80% off. I'm driving a non-native to the route, which is the GG1. G'day viewers, we're only 5 miles out from Newark Penn now. Welcome back. I cut out a bit of a long run there. They have flashing yellows on the signals there. Now got a green in the cab, so we can start to pick up some speed again. Blasting through another little wayside stop. And indeed, green on the signal up above. Don't want to build up too much speed because we've got a 70 marker coming up. I'm going to be going over an interesting hump up here. Interesting that the main line takes the route over the hump to clear what is likely to be a freight line going into the branch there. Two miles to Newark Pen. Just letting her drift in at this point. $10 mph. What the? 10. What was my cab signal? It's green. What's going on there? Oh, and now we're 70. Good idea. Oh, I think we just experienced what's known in the business as a bug. We have to put a little bit of power on now. We're not going to make it into Newark Penn Station. See the big iconic lift bridge in the distance there. In 2020, I think, if I'm remembering rightly. No? 2019. In 2019, I stayed in Newark for a couple of weeks, making a daily commute off into New York. Might sound like a strange thing to do, but in Newark I was able to stay in a quite nice four-star hotel for the price of a youth hostel in Manhattan. That was one of those buildings up there on the left. Rolling our way in. The curved platforms at Newark Penn are a little bit of a novelty. Wonder if they catch many drivers out. Kill the wiper now because we're undercover. I shall not be sailing through this platform. Signal does look just a little bit too red to allow that. Outside the station. Let's head in. Get our doors open. Well, apparently that'll be the end of our run. Because the Pennsylvanian, this is Dock Tower. We are currently experiencing a power failure in the Hudson area affecting trains into New York Penn. Hold here until further notice. There you go. We don't get to finish our run. Oh well. This has been Train Simulator Driver from Down Under. You can catch me on YouTube. Just search the name Train Simulator Driver. Alrighty. Hope you enjoyed this video. Have fun. Grab some stuff in the sale from the publisher weekend. And enjoy yourselves. See you later.
Coming up shortly, I'll be showing off the intro to Train Simulator Classic. So I'll be going through all the different core locomotives and routes and showing you some of the tools in the menu. So stay tuned.
Hello everyone and welcome. I'm the British Ace and welcome to my slot for today's sort of videos. And yeah, we're going to be showing off the Class 460 on Train Simulator Classic, which will be as one of the best DLCs to ever grace Train Simulator Classic by Master Key Simulations. And I'll sort of show why it's got to be one of the best there is. So yeah, let's get straight into it. We're going to take a run up to London Victoria. Right, here we are in the train. So hello driver, just a reminder that you must disable auto announcements in the train monitoring system before entering the TSN, as it expects all. Okay, so that's just about that. Fine. Right, let's get that sorted. We'll get the doors open as well. Start getting people on board. Yes, AWS. There we go. Let's get the number, which it doesn't really matter what it is. You can just do whatever for the number. Enter code. And we've got to disable the auto announcements, as the 460s, I don't think, did they ever run to Brighton? So we're going to have to disable all the auto announcements. There we go. And this is one of the reasons why I think this is one of the best DLCs to grace Train Simulator. You've got a working TMS, you've got a working CSR, which is the cab secure radio, and you've also got a working GSMR in the version which has GSMR. So it's definitely one to get. It's worth its buck. Train service number, I think we are 0092, so we shall do that. There we go. And enter train number. That's in progress. There you go, you can see what we are here, London Victoria. And I suppose once we get to Gatwick, we would then turn off auto announcement, or turn on auto announcements. Right, that's that sorted. So you can see it's got all of the different bits and bobs on there. When are we due out of Brighton? Oh, I probably should press T. I always forget to do that. We're due out 35. We've got the CSR radio to plug in as well. So let's get that on. And you go to AR, which is area, and it says we are in area 71. So we will do that. So 71, push, and then we've got to put the signal in, I think, as well. Signal number 0440. It's been a while since I've set up a CSR radio. So we'll just wait for that to, there we go. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. That one's set up. And this is where we put in 0440. So 0440, push the star. Wait for that to come on. Just that sort of added bit of detail. Love it. So it's doing its thing. Come on, there we go. So we are in area 71 and our head code is 1 Alpha 47. Gonna keep the HUD on, as this might be your first time seeing the route, first time seeing the train, so you might want to see how it performs. I would usually have it off, but I'll keep it on for the sake of today's run. Let's add the forward, and I think we probably are ready to go. Let's get the doors shut as well. Be a good idea. Wait for the door interlock light. There you go. I don't think these had guards on. So let's begin the journey. We've got the clear as well ahead of us. Let's go. One of the nicest looking trains you'll see. Oh my god. The 460. So we did that already. There. Yeah, this is the 460. The Juniper. Which is probably one of the best looking Gatwick Express trains there were. It didn't last long. They only lasted, I think, near enough, what, 10 years or so? Possibly not even that. No, yeah, definitely about 10 years or so. Because there was such a small fleet, I believe maintaining them was quite a bugger. So yeah, they're gone. Well, I think some of them have been incorporated into 458s. Some of the coaches. Got the passenger view here as well, which is very nice. Just a really airy, spacious interior to it. Unlike the modern day Gatwick Expresses, which aren't as airy and roomy. Even we've got a luggage car-ish at the front. It's like just so suitable for an airport express. Let's get that up. There we go. Cool. And this is actually the second take of this. That's probably why I didn't put the headlights on, because I thought I'd bloody already done it. Yeah, I couldn't get the bloody TMS on before I did, so I accidentally didn't disable the announcements the right way. I've got that's Control D. Oh my god, right, let's not do that. This is fine. It's fine, don't panic. I checked to see if it was on, because on quite a lot of DLCs, it comes up on the top right there saying, you know, DSD enabled, DSD disabled, but it was fine in the end. We're getting that, aren't we? You've got it all there, haven't you? As we come up on Preston Park. So yeah, this is a DLC from Master Key Simulations, which I don't know what's actually happened to Master Key Simulations. Yeah, because this came out a few years back now, but since then I don't think they've really done anything. I think they assisted Armstrong Powerhouse on a few things, and also I think they handed over the 185 to another studio, but that's completely third party stuff, so yeah, I suppose we shouldn't get into that. That's the DSD, which is E on the keyboard, not Q. There we go. So this is in the days of the Cab Secure Radio. When did the Cab Secure Radio actually transfer over to the GSMR? I mean, this has got to be, what, 2004, 2005-ish. So, I suppose we'll be around then. Let's go up a little bit. And obviously, a big thanks again to Dovetail Games for the opportunity to play a part of the event and watch over some more wonderful DLC. So we are on the London to Brighton route, which is one of the best routes you can get on Train Simulator and Train Sim World. I mean, it is the best DLC on Train Sim World. It's the best on there. What was I going to say? Yeah, and the 460, which is probably, yeah, one of the best DLCs you can get loco-wise, I mean train-wise, or loco DLC-wise for Train Simulator. Detail-wise, you've got CSR, GSMR, TMS working, so it's one of the best. And the 73 is good as well. There's actually sort of two 73 DLCs. The Class 73, you've got the Master Key Simulation 73, which comes as part of this pack, and you've also got the Dovetail Game 73 with the 489. So you sort of get a couple of versions, I suppose. Although the one you get on this pack is the slightly more modern one, and the one you get on the Dovetail Games one is the slightly older version. Then you also get the 489 as well. We can speed that right up. Now let's get a flyby shot. Let's quickly just move the controls, just press that and that, just in case. And then we'll get ahead. Let's go ahead and watch it coming by. Really nice horn as well. I like it. There we go. Express. Let's get back in for one of the alarms goes off. There's the 377. There we go. Yeah, hopefully I suppose everyone has been enjoying the weekend so far, publisher weekend. Yeah, how's everyone finding it? This is the third or fourth one I've taken part in, so yeah, obviously thanks again to DTG for inviting me on to show you some Train Simulator. Yeah, it's fantastic. Let's whack that up. There we go. And quite recently actually did reach 10,000 subscribers, which is a huge milestone. And that's basically thanks to Train Sim World and Train Simulator Classic, as a sort of the main games on my own channel. All things trains and buses. I'll stick to trains today. Let's get that up. There we go. So should be going up on Hassocks fairly soon. Yeah, it does feel weird. Playing this route just after playing it on Train Sim World, sort of coming back to it, sort of seeing all the differences and stuff. It feels weird, but it's also nice. This is sort of one of my first Train Simulator Classic routes I played, sort of coming back and enjoying it again. Good. This is Hassocks. We're about to speed through. There we go. I don't know why that train didn't have its headlights on there. Burgess Hill next, so we're running past the Gatwick, so I've got Burgess Hill, Burgess Hill, Wivelsfield, Haywards Heath, Balcombe, Three Bridges, and then finally Gatwick Airport. So we are quite quick, and we're due into Victoria at 09:30, so we've got around 47 or so, probably get a couple of minutes early, so 45 minutes or so, which ain't too bad. So we rock it up. I don't know if you would have seen it already, but what did everyone think, if I did do it, of my HUDless rear cab challenge on Train Sim? Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Although I actually haven't recorded that yet, but I'm sure it will be good fun. If I did end up doing that. Lovely. Another thing I really like about the Train Sim Classic Brighton mainline as well is the sort of variation and eras you can do it in. I suppose whereas on Train Sim World it's more, it's modern day. Whereas on here you can do modern day, you could do 90s, 80s, there's so naughty, there's so much sort of variation and eras you can do it in. And one of my favourite being doing it in the 90s, 319s, Thameslink livery, the old Thameslink livery, doing it in the slam doors, 421, 423s, 73 Gatwick Express. It's fantastic. See, that's something I'd really love to see in Train Sim World. I should probably put it on the forums, but just this once, it would be great to see a 90s Brighton mainline. I know a lot of people are like, oh, more third rail stuff. Third rail's great. And that's very biased as I live in third rail country, so be a 90s Brighton mainline on Train Sim World. Okay, straight up, so this went through Wivelsfield, which I hear a lot of people at work calling Vivelsfield, and the other one's Crawley. People pronounce it as Crowley, so people who aren't familiar with the area. Up. There we go. It does feel nice doing the Gatwick Express, so just not having to worry about stopping, full speed the whole way. Although I've heard in real life Gatwick Express drivers do actually drive slightly slower, because otherwise you're probably going to come up to red lights and probably wait 5 minutes outside of Brighton, so it's just sort of better to go slightly slower instead of full speed the whole way. Although I'd imagine in the game it actually just wants us to go full whack. So that's what we do. Haywards Heath platform 3, that's good. So we'll be straight through the middle of the station. Maybe get a nice little flyby shot as well as we make our way through. There's the 377, which is available on Train Sim World as well. In 2 iterations. You've got the East Coastway and the London Commuter. Oh, don't speed. I want to try and get good points for this. Right, let's speed ahead. Speed right ahead, and then we'll watch it going through. Now you got the very orange vending machines as well. There it is. I bet one of the alarms is going to be going off. Nope, we're all good. I was expecting to go back in, it was an emergency brake setting and just be taking away all of our points. That's a good question for chat though. What do you prefer playing the Brighton mainline on? Train Sim Classic or Train Sim World? And so one of the benefits of playing on Train Sim Classic, as we've already mentioned, you can do it sort of in different eras. And one of the other things would probably be merges. There's quite a few route merges you can find on the Steam Workshop. The Steam Workshop, that's if you're new to Train Sim, it's your first time watching. Steam Workshop is where, you could make a scenario, or maybe you could make even a whole route. There's quite a few good ones on there. You can make a whole route and just publish it to the Steam Workshop, and people can download it and play it, etc. So there's quite a few route merges on there, which are actually done by Dovetail Games employees in their spare time. So I know Dovetail Games Danny, Dovetail Games Joe, Joe Burgess, Timetable Wizard. They've done quite a few. Well, I know Joe's done quite a few electrified versions of different lines, which are always fun to play. And then Dovetail Games Danny has done a few route merges. So, for example, you could link this DLC and the South London network together. So you can do a run from Brighton to London Bridge. Or, if you want to be a bit more extreme, it's always fun doing it, you could link, well, obviously you don't link it, but they link it, and you download it, and it's all nicely done and ready to go. One of the best things to do is to do a full Brighton to Bedford run. Which is great, because you can on here, because people can merge routes together, and then you can do the full thing. So for that thing you need Brighton Main Line to this one, London to Brighton as it's known on here, South London network, the New Chatham Main Line, the Midland Main Line, and then you can do a full Brighton to Bedford run. And there's a few other requirements as well, but that will all be down in the Steam Workshop. So if you are new to the game and you want to do a full Brighton to Bedford run, Steam Workshop, you'll find all the details on there. This is Balkan. Through we go. Not really a lot here really. You've got the little village up on the right hand side up the hill. Well, there's not much of a distance away from the station. But apart from that, not a lot there. And quite a lot of the time the rail replacement buses don't even stop there. I remember I was working at Three Bridges on the rail replacement buses, and pretty much the buses were just like, we're not stopping there, because there's like no safe point to pick up passengers at Balkan. But it's on that certain day, so they just went straight through. And this is Balkan Tunnel. In we go. It was quite recently, it's been having quite a few issues with this track. There's been quite a few track defects in the tunnel. So trains were running 5 miles an hour on this line through 5 miles an hour through the whole tunnel, which was delaying trains by about 15-20 minutes. Yeah, that was fairly recently. That was yeah, not good. So it's been quite naughty recently, Balkan Tunnel in real life. There's the 18. So you come out of Balkan Tunnel. Lovely train, isn't it? Just a shame they went. Yeah, it was all to do, I think, maintenance and stuff that just weren't really worthwhile. But yeah, this is probably the best Gatwick Express there ever was. I mean, yeah, the 489 was good, but the 73. But this has got a whole, you know, baggage area there, comfortable, modern, plenty of space for your bags. And then came along the Wessex Pigs, the 442s, which were okay. They weren't bad, went on them a few times. And then now you've got the 387, same with the Heathrow Express. The Heathrow Express went from a really nice looking modern train to the 387, which is still a modern train, but it's just not really suitable for the Airport Express. So yeah, you've got 387s now running both the Gatwick and Heathrow Express. But they're just not really designed for Airport Express. There's not enough baggage room, the seats are ironing boards, even though it's premium service. Yeah. Now we're coming up on Three Bridges, which looks absolutely nothing like you would have seen if you used the Train Sim World version. This is, well, as it was before the Thameslink depot was built, just a massive barren yard, tracks and more tracks. But if you look at this now, it's completely different. This was it about 10, 11 years ago. A bit more than that, about 12 years ago, I'd say now. You got the line off there, which took you to East Grinstead and Tunbridge Wells, which that's, you know, 50, 60 years ago. Three Bridges Station, which I've been many times. Practically there most days. And the next one's in Gatwick, and I suppose once we get to Gatwick we'll then turn on the announcements, and I suppose from there they would then work to Victoria. So we'll do that. Let's pop that down. There we go. But yeah, if you have been excited by this DLC, I'm sure there's probably links available for the DLC in the chat or on the screen, in the description. I'm sure it'll be being put in chat. So yeah, the Class 460, and well, the route is the London. That's all you need. The Brighton Main Line route on here, and well, the 460. That's it. Although this is a Train Simulator Pro DLC, so you will need to have a bit of knowledge of operating it. Or, I mean, if you want to see how to do it, feel free to go back to, I suppose, to the start of when we started setting it up. Just have a look. But remember to do the headlights. As soon as I'd done the headlights on my first take of this, so obviously that Vault forgot. Put that down. And I'm recording this quite late as well. It's coming up to midnight. But I just can't get enough of Train Sim. That's come on it. I'll say another 460 and I think another 377. Got a single yellow now. As we coming to Gatwick. I'm not going to go on the outside of the cab because the planes on here are just really, really, really loud. There it goes, going down there. As we approach Brighton. Brighton? Gatwick Air, you can tell it's late, I'm recording the Gatwick Airport we're coming into. Bloody Brighton. And yeah, here we are. So you've got the airport there on the left, the runway and bits and bobs. And there's the plane there. And yeah, this is Gatwick, which actually, when you're watching this, might actually have been done its renovation work to have the new walkways and stuff like that. It still doesn't look great, but it's been updated a little. Yeah, still not the nicest of stations. Now on Train Sim World you can see the modern version. You've got platform 7 on here, it's platform 6 still. Because this is set 2011, 2012, so as I said, it's quite an old DLC, the route. But the train, I think the 460 released in, I want to say 2017. So yeah. We'll stop on the 10, I suppose. That's what we do. Let's do the doors. I think we're actually 8. Are we? 1, 2. No, we are 10. Well, that's fine then. That's perfect. No, we're 8. Well, that's fine then. Let's press T as well before I forget to do that. But here we are at Gatwick Airport. Get your bloody luggage off, and let's also have a look at the announcements now. So audio announcements. Oh, and you got all these ones as well. You can do on here. But let's quickly. Is it going to do it? Hopefully, maybe. Probably once the doors are shut. But yeah, you can do all this luggage. Actually, let's do that one. Just that here. 377, be quiet. Well, yeah, you could hear the woman doing the thing there. Let's mind the gap. Love it. Just little details on this one. What else have we got on here we can do? Do not use luggage racks above the seats for people are going to be getting on now, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, for safety reasons, please do not use the luggage racks above your seats for large items of luggage.
Well, now you know. Now you know. You've got a trolley service as well. We're not going to do that just yet. Ticket inspection, won't do that just yet. Apart from that, yeah, it should hopefully start doing it on its own in a second. Hopefully. I'll wait for the doors to shut first, then it might then start saying, oh, we'll be there at London Victoria in 30 minutes. Hopefully. We wait, the waiting game now. Hang on. Right, okay, that's I have to report that to the signaller. Signal weirdly going to red from green and then back to green. It's probably that train up there screwing it up. Right. Well, I'm going to put in that code again, I think. Just whilst we... I've got to be quick. Audio announcements. No, train service number. We'll do that again. So, 0092. And it should then start doing the announcements. Cool. I think it might. Well, it should. Should start coming up in a second. And let's go. Audio announcement. It's on auto, so yeah, it should just start doing it. It should say this is the train to Victoria. We'll be there in 30 minutes' time. This is a service from Brighton, which I think usually they only did Gatwick to Victoria, so it might have had funnied it up a little bit. There's another one there. Yeah, it's a shame Master Key simulations have sort of vanished. Although I've got a sneaky suspicion it's probably completely wrong. You're probably all in chat saying, no it's not. Maybe they're Master Switch simulations, which are a developer for a fairly popular bus game. Which you could sort of say is the opposite to this game, but of buses. If you can guess what that is. This is Hawley. Bit of horn through there, about 60 already as we make our way through. God, it does say London Big there, isn't it? Yeah. So we're due there, what was it? 30 past, okay. Although hopefully we'll get there a little bit early. Let's see what, that won't tell us shit, will it? Although we probably will get there a little bit early. We'll have to wait out the signal outside for a little while. Yeah, so you do stick around. I'm sure there'll be some more content after this on the publisher weekend. But yeah, I believe this is the Train Sim Classic Day, which is great because fairly recently we had an update from Dovetail themselves, just saying sort of what the future of Train Simulator is, Train Simulator Classic. I mean, it's quite an old game now. Train Simulator, what, 2011, 2012, changed from Railworks to, as we know it today, Train Simulator. Well, and then the rebrand, Train Sim Classic. But yeah, we obviously had the update saying pretty much they're going to be working on core improvements and stuff like that, which is fantastic. So Train Sim still has a lot of life left in it. Even though, you know, a lot of people are, oh, why do they still work on that old, you know, not good looking game? Although in fact on some routes it can almost look the same, you know, same level as Train Sim World, especially on something new like the Chatham Mainline 2021, you know, the one which is about 130 odd miles long. It's a behemoth. That looks fantastic. I mean, yeah, some of the old routes like this one don't look as good anymore. But yeah, ones like the Chatham Main Line, a few ones we won't mention because third party, they look astonishing. They almost look as good as Train Sim World. So there's still a lot of life left in this game from Dovetail, third party. So yeah, not going anywhere anytime soon, which is very good to hear. And we've got the AT, which will be going through Red Hill Tunnel. This is like a really quick journey. I was doing one on here earlier, but on Train Sim World going the other one, it got really quick as well. So it's lovely. There we go. So that's the sort of nice thing about this route. From one end to the other, it's about an hour, which is sort of the perfect timing. There you go, we're now at 80. Shall we quickly do an announcement? Probably not supposed to be on the screen whilst we're driving, but just have a little look. I'm sure there's no harm in that. Let's do the trolley service one. Actually, you know what? I want to catch up the people fare evading. We do not want fare evaders on our train. Right, everyone in chat, get your ticket out and I'll do the ticket emoji or something. If you haven't got a ticket, well, I'm not going to be happy. Everyone needs to have their ticket. If not, you're in big trouble. And the penalty fare's going up soon, I believe, as well, to £100. So, watch out. Tear out. That was only this view. We've got the thingy up there as well, which does its thing. It is fantastic. There's another good one as well. The West Coast Main Line Trent Valley. That's got announcements on it. That one's by Thompson Interactive. Runs between it's Rugby and Stafford. Stafford. Rugby and Stafford. It's got announcements on it. And that's the great thing, like what we were saying with Train Sim World. You know, we're getting more third-party developers joining the, I suppose, group, the partner program, which is fantastic. Obviously, more regular DLCs, more features. It's great. That's what I was like. I suppose we saw this DLC announcements, GSMR, CSR on a Steam product. Well, I said it is Train Sim Pro, so you need to have a little bit of knowledge to operate this one. But there is a massive manual for this DLC as well. It's like 50 odd pages big. So you can't go wrong. And also, good question, as when this is going out, I believe the Edinburgh to Glasgow route for Train Sim World would have released, what, a couple of days ago? No, it wouldn't be a couple of days ago. But yeah, it would have been recently. So how is everybody finding that? A bit more, there we go. Also fairly well. 3 months ago or so, Dovetail held an event at King's Cross Station. Actually saw a few people there actually. Yeah, there was a big event at King's Cross to celebrate, what was it again? 150 years of King's Cross Station? I think it was 150 years of King's Cross Station. So the Flying Scotsman was there, Hornby was there, and Dovetail was there as well, showing off the Flying Scotsman DLC for Train Sim Classic. So I went up there for the day. It was good fun. Yeah, good fun. Met Jamie. I was waiting in line to play Train Sim. Look at it. Go out and just play Train Sim. Yeah, met Jamie. Met Games Cat and also Railfan. Is it Railfan? It's Railfan and something like Railfan Joe, who was there as well. Bit awesome event. I wish they were selling tops though, like a Train Sim Classic top. I would have definitely picked it up. That's the that beeping there. That's the CSR. Area changing, so we're now in area 67, which we were at the beginning. 71, so yeah, it's probably going down as we go along. So that's the beeping, if you want to know what that is. And then the other beeping is the DSD, which will hit fairly soon. nice trip up to London. Well, I did have to convince my girlfriend to come along as well. I just said, we'll go to Regent's Park as well. A trains and walking trip. But she was fine with it. She even had to go as well, driving the Flying Scotsman. And this is Purley we're coming up on. There we go. And East Croydon next. I was going to say we would start seeing 455s now, but as this is a base scenario, it will just be a base Brighton mainline train, so it'll just be the 377, we'll see. Doing the South London stoppers. So go about 87, comes down to 60 soon, that will be as we approach South Croydon. Now this is Purley Oak, so we should get the warning board or the warning magnet. There it is, and then start coming down to 60. Down we go. Bring that down. And we've got 45 as well. This is what we're going through. But hang on, we're stopping at East Croydon. Well, I guess we are. Yeah, I thought we were fast to Gatwick, London Victoria. But no, it seems we are going to be stopping there. I didn't think the Gatwick Express did that, but I suppose we are. We are now. Yeah, pick up passengers East Croydon. Maybe they used to stop at East Croydon, maybe. I think it was at the Connex Express. That used to stop at East Croydon, I think. Well, there we go, we're going to be stopping at East Croydon. This is South Croydon. Yeah, I thought it would have been fast to Victoria. Well, I did say this was on a Sunday morning, so maybe as it's a Sunday service, they stop there, or did stop there. I don't think they do anymore. Although if you have got the Brighton mainline route on Trainsim World, and you want to drive the a stopping Gatwick Express service, well, it's not a Gatwick Express, it's running as a Southern service in the Gatwick Express train, you can. If you look sort of for the early morning peak time services, there's quite a few Class 387 trains which you can run as Southern services and, well, stop at stations and stuff, which is fun to do. Yeah, coming into East Croydon. Worked here a couple of times as well. The highlight of it was the discounts you got, the little food coffee bar on the platform. They did lovely hot chocolate. And here we are. Let's pop that down. This looks completely different to how it looks on Trainsim World, because this is, well, 2012. So this is before the footbridge got put in. There's our stopping point. There we go. Let's do that and get the doors open, which is on this side. And press T. Here we are. East Croydon. Here you can see this very horrible, very horrible looking footbridge here, which was the original one. Where's it even go? It goes across here, then into there. So yeah, not a nice looking bridge as opposed to what it is today. And all this has been developed as well. Massive high rises here as well. It's completely changed. Every time I go to Croydon, there's always some sort of new building which has been put up. yeah, you've got tons of different buildings put up now. There's always something going on. Now we're due up East Croydon at 14 past. We've got about 40 seconds until we're out of here. We'll have a 377 coming in, just a little, it's 8 coach I think. And it's going to, it's not in service that one. That one's going to platform 6. Cool. Right, let's get the door shut. So it's 20 seconds before departure, isn't it? So let's hit closed doors. There we go. And there's even a speed set on this train as well, but we're not going to use that for today's journey. Right. The next one should be Victoria. We're not stopping at Clapham, are we? Oh no, we are stopping at Clapham Junction. 2 additional stops, eh? Oh, off we go then. So sort of a slow Gatwick Express. I mean, in a way, we pretty much are running a southern service. Although most southern trains do stop at Haywards Heath. That's probably the only one we've not stopped at. The Southern Gatwick Express. Which is Gatwick Express. Well, that goes. So we're due in about 15 minutes into Victoria. We should be on time there as well, which is good. As we enter the South London slog. Just Thornton Heath, Norbury, Streatham Common, Balham, Wandsworth Common, then finally Clapham Junction. This bit always feels like it takes a while. It's like, just get me to Clapham. Oh, that's still fairly quick though. It's 70 odd miles an hour through this bit. So it's not slow. You got the Selhurst depot there on the right. Can you get the window? Can you get the window open? I think you might be able to. Oh, it might actually be the cab door you can open. But we won't do that now. We'll do that once we get to Victoria. It just looked like you can some sort of interaction there. Yeah, I think you can. We'll do that then once we try and open that up. Didn't realise that open. It would probably be a good idea to do it now. It's tempting though, isn't it? But no, we won't do that. That would not be a good idea. Let's get a flyby shot going through Thornton Heath. So ahead and watch it flying through. Here we go. There he is. I love the horn in this. There's still a couple of Junipers left. Not the 460, the 460's gone. Oh my absolute god, well there go all of our points. Yeah, you've got the, is it the 334 up in Scotland? See, that's one of the disadvantages to getting flyby shots. You don't know what speed you're going. But yeah, you've got the, I think the 334s in Scotland, they're Junipers, aren't they? And then the 458s for South Western Railway, which are also Junipers. And if there's any more, let me know. This is Norbury coming up now. Making fine progress here. Through yet the South London slog. A bit slower section. Oh my god, that was bumpy. So we bloody hit a rock there, a massive pothole in the track. If there were potholes in the track. There we go. Oh yeah, it's running as train sim, so it runs perfectly fine. As I'm recording this in 60 FPS, which I should have probably done 30. But obviously 60 will look better, so hopefully it's looking better than if it was 30. Then we come up on Streatham Common, and we've got a 60 as well, which starts slightly earlier than what it does in Train Sim World. But I think on Train Sim World the 60 starts way closer to Balham, whereas on here it starts a bit earlier. I'll pop that down. So you've got the line off to Tulse Hill on the right, and on the left. That is the Sutton and Mole Valley lines. Which will sort of take you down towards Epsom, Sutton, Dorking, that sort of way. Leatherhead. But, yeah, so just coasting now as we make our way. It ain't too far now to Clapham Junction, and then Victoria. I thought this was a premium service, and we're stopping at all these extra stations. Let's have a look. What does it say on the description? Sunday morning should have to be light. No, nothing there. Alright. Almost at Balham. Almost. Then you got Wandsworth Common very soon after, and then Clapham Junction. And from Clapham Junction it's about 5 minutes over to Victoria, the home stretch. It's 377 there, fly over there. Alright, once we get to Victoria, go in the staff room, let's have a nice massive cup of tea after this run. Yeah, well, I suppose what would everyone like to see? Probably the forums is the best place for this. But what is one route you'd like to see come to Train Simulator Classic? Not Train Sim World, Train Sim Classic. What is one route or train you'd like to see to come to there? This is Wandsworth Common. There we are. I mean, that will be standing. Oh, a couple of people standing there. A little bit of horn through there. It's a very nice station, Wandsworth Common, sort of the older Kingfoot Bridge. And platform 12 at Clapham Junction. Which is so very close now. We're getting there. Hello, 377. What is it? Well, you can see it on the distance graph. Not far away at all. Oh, yeah, then we'll try. We'll have a little play around with the cab door, see if we can get it open. Now probably end up breaking the train. We'll be able to shut it. That's the interior sounds. Nice. It's just an all-round very good train, and yeah, probably one of the best ones you can actually get on the Steam store. Yeah, this is part of the, as I've said quite a few times, people have just tuned in, this is part of the Train Simulator Pro collection, which is pretty much sort of, if you're sort of good with your trains, the DLC you want to be getting. I think you've got the the Dovetail Game 73. I think that's TS Pro. You've got all sorts. You've got Armstrong Powerhouse, the Thumper. I think that's TS Pro. The best add-ons are Train Sim Pro. Yeah, Dovetail got a couple of TS Pro on there. So yeah, all sorts of different bits and bobs. But they're sort of the ones, I suppose, with the most detail. Hence the reason why they're listed as Train Sim Pro, because they're sort of more you need to know to get them set up. 450s as well, coming onto the scene. It's right at Clapham Junction. Britain's busiest station, I should say. There we go. In terms of train frequency, I think it is. Hello, that's a bit dangerous. I mean, I suppose maybe the air conditioning's broken. Maybe that's probably the reason why. Let's have a fiddle with the cab door. Oh wow, you can actually open it up. I did not know that. That is quite cool. Amazing. This train is fantastic. You know, all these bits and bobs as well. You can play with cab door open. There you go, open that, get a bit of air in. Right, I want it shut. Right. Let's go. Oh no, we can't just yet. We've got to do the doors on here. And finally, London Victoria is our next stop. Oh no. Why is the train not moving? Oh no. It's probably to the cab door, isn't it? Oh, that's just... Oh, that's... Okay. That'd be very annoying if we couldn't get going after all of that. Because we somehow missed. Let's have a little look. That's fine. Oh, we've still got the... Oh, I think the cab door might still be open. I need to actually the cab door. It's something to do with that, I think. Oh, no, not that. Actually, no, we've reset that. Well, that should be... Okay, that was a moment of sort of like, uh-oh, we've come all this way and we've done something wrong. That's why it's always good to read the manual. Well, I thought it was shut anyway a little bit. Off we go. That's like the biggest or longest ad board in Europe. Well, it's worse than if it is anymore. Well, off we go. So probably we won't get there. We're probably on time now. It says 4 minutes. We might get there in that time. There's a little sprint over the South West Main Line, over Grosvenor Bridge. And there we are. And yeah, obviously, massive thanks again to Dovetail Games for the opportunity to show off a bit of Train Sim Classic on this Train Simulator Classic Day, part of the Publisher Weekend. It's very much appreciated. Hopefully I don't look too tired either, as it's called past midnight now. But I thought I had some time to get it done, so I thought I'd get it done now. And I was in the mood for some trains. And YouTube was acting up a bit for sort of streaming, so I was like, well, we'll get a video done. We've got to pass through, or pass by, Battersea Park. Oh, there's a shard over there. There it is. Probably as it's literally spick and spanny and shiny new. You've got Battersea Power Station as well, which I think's turned into a shopping centre now, isn't it? Battersea Power Station. I think there's quite a few ideas for it, sort of a theme park, hotel, apartments, and now it's a shopping centre. Has anyone been? Is it any good? Then we go over Grosvenor Bridge, and you also get the Chatham Main Line join up, which, if you haven't already, the Chatham Main Line, the new one, 2021 version, one of the best routes you can actually buy on Steam. It's 130 odd miles long, You've got London Blackfriars and Victoria down to Ramsgate and Dover Priory, although from London to the coast, it's one of the best route DLCs there are. And I think, yeah, it's about $24.99 for a 130 miles worth of track. Can't really complain there. Now we've got a 20, which comes up. So it looks like, yeah, we are a couple of minutes early. Into Victoria, which was sort of what we thought we would be. So that's fine. Well, I'll come to a stop. Probably won't be waiting too long, as we were doing it, was it 30? Probably come to a stop and it'll go great, yellow. Or I'll come to a stop, request to pass it, and it'll say approved. Which I've got a feeling is going to be a case. Oh, hello. Signal Victor Charlie 230 has failed at danger. Scary. Right, well, let's come to a stop then, as my TV wants to turn itself off as well. That was good timing. Press the TPWS train stop override button before taking power. 20 seconds. Okay, well, let's get, I suppose, as close as we can then. So what we'll do that. That's what will let us through. Train stop override. I always hold it down. I don't think you actually do need to hold it down, but I always hold it down. Hear the little click. That's quite cool to demonstrate the TPWS stop override, and well, there you have it. It's magic. It lets you go past red signals. Although don't try it when it says you're denied at going through. Don't try it then. And don't try it on Train Sim World. It will still end the service. The magic button to let you go through. And then this is Victoria, which is, yeah, very quiet for a Sunday morning. Now we're coming into platform 15. Just along here. If that train doesn't start coming towards us, that'd be a bit worrying. And there you go, across we go. And then as we come into our final stop of London Victoria. That was a good run though, up from Brighton. Yeah, enjoyed that. It's been some time as well since we've been in the, as soon as Dovetail said you could do a Train Sim Classic video, it was like 460. I haven't been in it in a while. I think the last time we were in this was on our last, about a year ago actually, when we released properly in it, doing a full line run. It was a year ago when we did the 4 Generations Gatwick Express, which was one of my favourite videos to record, where we did all 4 generations of the Gatwick Express, which was for the last sort of publisher weekend. And my favourite one was the 460. So I thought I'd do it again, but this time we'll do a full line run in the 460, which is a fantastic DLC. And hopefully, maybe you didn't know about it, maybe you're new to the game, but yeah, do give it a go. I'm going to come to a stop here, because sometimes Train Sim, if you go too close to the buffer, it will then say you've spadded, because yeah, the game, it works slightly differently. So even though our train is there, it will probably think we're like there already, so you've got to be slightly more cautious. But there we go. That's all for my slot on the Train Sim Classic day of the publisher weekend. Well, as always, the perfect runs that the drive manager isn't around to see. Hit yourself to platform 12 and hurry up, your day isn't over yet. And I suppose then it'll probably go on to the next scenario, although we obviously won't be doing that now. But yes, hopefully everyone has enjoyed that. Obviously, massive thanks again to Dovetail Games for the opportunity to be part of this awesome event. And yeah, I suppose stick around, stay on the live. I'm sure the next creator will be coming on shortly, or maybe Dovetail will be on themselves. I don't know yet, I don't know the timetable. But have a lovely rest of your day. Hopefully you have enjoyed it. I was the British Ace. I'm sure my links will be somewhere on the screen somewhere. And yeah, so I do daily train, so if you're interested in that, daily train sim classic and daily train sim world, but either one of the two daily. So if you're interested in that, feel free to pop over, check me out. Apart from that, thanks for coming in, and I hope to see you in the next one, whenever that is. See you all, and take care. Bye guys.
Do you know, it would help if I actually press the on button, wouldn't it? It would help that. Uh, how are we doing? How are we doing, everyone? So tonight, something a little bit different. So tonight we're going to do sort of an intro to TSC. So for those who sort of know TSC, we're just going to go through some of the basics for people who are new. The reason being is, if you haven't seen recently, there's now a Humble Bundle. So in the Humble Bundle, there's 3 different options. You've got a 6-item bundle, there's a 10-item bundle, and there's a 19-item bundle. So what I'll do is I'll just quickly go through those. So the 6-item bundle, if you pay at least 88 pence, you get Train Simulator Classic, the 170 Turbo Star, the Thompson BR, Thompson Class B1. You get the DBBR 648 and the Grand Central Class 180. and you get the Peninsula Corridor, San Francisco Gilroy. If you get the 10 pack, you get the ones I just said before, plus you get the DBBR 605 TC ICE TD. You get Mittenwald Bahn, Garmisch, Parkin Innsbruck. You also get 5 Circle and the Amtrak E8. And then if you go for the 19, you get all of those what I've said before, plus you get LER Peppercorn A2 Blue Peter, Semmeringbahn, the Amtrak P42 DC, the Hudson Line New York to Hamrun, the DBBR 407 New ICE 3, you get the Chatham Main Line, London Gillingham, BR Regional Railways Class 101, Hamburg, Hanover, and NEC Washington DC, Baltimore. So you get quite a lot. You get quite a lot there. So yeah, sorry, I'm reading the chat. So yes, what we'll do is we'll go through sort of some of the basics, and I'll go through it bit by bit. And I'll show you sort of different parts of the menu. So this is, as you come into TSC, this is what you're presented with. So you got Drive, Profile, Build, Academy. Now, Academy is sort of your training centre. So you go in there and you can learn how to drive different locomotives. So it will go into the controls, bits and pieces in different weather conditions, and show you how to drive in different situations. So you can see there's all the difference. You got like loading passengers, stopping at stations, coupling and uncoupling, safety, things like that. I think there's also some tutorials there for the other routes as well. Your build. So this is where you can go in and make scenarios and routes. So you've got the two different, you've got routes, which gives you access to build your own routes. Scenario, again, to make your own scenarios and look at and edit scenarios that you already have. And publish is to go onto Workshop, because we also have Steam Workshop. So you can go onto Steam Workshop and look at and upload your routes and your own scenarios, your own routes and your own scenarios up to the Steam Workshop, and other people can play it and bits and pieces like that. So that's a great way of sharing bits and pieces. You've also got Profile, which is if my game is going to behave. Just give it a second, chat. There you go. So your profile will tell you what your favourite loco is, all the locos that you have, the routes, marketplace, and things like that. So, what we'll do is we'll go into one of the routes. We'll start off with one of the scenarios, and we'll just take you through sort of some of the UI and the HUD. Some of the HUD to how to drive the locomotives, and go through that as well. Obviously, it's different to TSW for those who have already got TSW. TSC is more as you are the train, or the driver of the train, rather than you are the train rather than the driver. So you don't walk around. You go straight into the cab, and you've got the controls in front of you. So it's different to Train Sim World. As something I like to call it, it's like the hobby, like your model railway of train simulation to me, because there's loads and loads of different routes, different locomotives that you can get, and it's a real sort of hobby. So I hope that helps as well for a bit of what you would like to see. Have a look at what routes and locomotives interest you. So what we'll do is we'll go on to career, and we will do a West Coast Main Line South to start with. There we go. And we'll probably do a Pendolino. There we go. Yeah, we'll start with a Pendolino, and then I can go through the HUD. It is Train Simulator Driver, yes, it's a great way to support charity as well. One thing I've forgotten, I'll go through the menu again, just with the drive and the other bits. I'll go through that in a minute. I haven't forgotten, don't worry, so I'll go back to that in a second. Let's just go through the HUD first, and then I'll go back to the drive section and on what those tabs all mean. So, good afternoon, driver. Please remember the passenger doors and set your train ready for departure. You are due out at 17:23, and you're only stopping at Watford Junction, Coventry, and Birmingham International before arriving at Birmingham New Street. This is a high-speed run with a tight schedule. Any mistakes, and you will be late. So, this is a career scenario. So, career scenarios are more intensely all about points and bits and pieces like that. So as you can see, we've got the HUD here. So there we go. So this is your. I'll go through the HUD in a second when we just go through all these resets. There we go. I'll just open the doors. So the HUD, you have got your combined brake and throttle. This is your reverser, so it goes forward, backwards, and in mid-gear. When you haven't got a combined throttle or brake, so some locomotives don't have that, the braking is on this one here. This one is your headlights, so you just need to, I need to check it's on day running, so you press that twice. That's your wipers. Just make sure I actually reset the wipers. Give me a second. There we go. That's your doors. That's your sanders. These are the horns. Wait for the gas signal and let's get going. And down here, so you've got your map. So you've. There we go. That's the permission that we can go, so I'll just bring it up. So you've got the map here. This is your task list here on this middle one, so it tells you what your task list is. Then the bottom one does all the couplings. Here shows you the sort of the gradient profile and the speeds, and then I'll go back onto the map, which you can zoom in and out, and it'll tell you where you are and what the task is. There we go. So we're off now. Just put it in off. So as you can see, this panel down here is all the different camera settings. So you've got outside on the corner, you've got number 1, sort of the front of the loco, which you can look round. 2 is at the back. This passenger control. This is like, let's get out of that one. This is your different views. You've got different wagons. That's coupling view, overhead view, and this is like world view, so you can move around. Then you've got camera, your pause as well, and that's your engine start. if you have any questions in the chat, just let me know. Obviously on this side you've got your sort of timetable almost. So you got your time, your destination. The green and yellow and red is sort of the tilt. So you got braking, acceleration, and sort of speed. So if you go into the red, it will minus your points. You've then got your time you need to be there, and the distance, and your ETA time as well. So I'm going to speed up now. Yeah, and don't be panicked about all the buttons in the cab. If you know, once you get more used to it, you can start using the buttons in the cab and running without the HUD as well. There's quite a few people who do that. But this sort of, you know, don't be getting into the cab. Don't go, oh, hang on, I don't know what that button does, because most of the time you won't need to worry too much about it not being on the HUD. If it, you know, most of the time all locos you'll be able to start with just the HUD. It is Ned's Trains, yes, but you can see me driving as well. So what we'll be doing for the showcase is going through just the core routes. So we'll show what you get with just the core. Find my instrument lights. Another train. There we go. Oh, as bait being kid, press the I button. So instrument lights, press I. Okay. Speed up again. Yes. Yeah, you've got speed set as well, haven't you? But yeah, it's Control C if you want to use cruise control. You see we're speeding up now. up again. So chat, how are we doing? Is there any questions you've got about the Humble Bundle or TSC? If you have any questions, just ask away. Right, let's get some more power down. Good, Moggy, good, good, good. Oh, Baby and Kid, that's a dreadful one. Ned's Train, so the Humble Bundle gives you access to, so that we've got a discount on a certain amount of routes and loco add-ons, as well as the core game, if you haven't got the core game. And what it basically does is you can basically donate towards charity as well. Following a London Overground train. So that ping every time I go past the signal, that's the AWS. AWS is your advanced warning system in the train, and basically tells me whether the next signal is green, yellow or red. And what it will show up is on the HUD here. You can see there where the signals are as well. Next trains, I'm not entirely sure what the charity is. Give me a second. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's quite a few charities you can choose from. Chat. So yeah, it's you can. I think you can choose which charity. I think there's trains. Tell me if I'm wrong, chat, but I think you can choose. So I'll just slow down because I've got a different speed coming up. You might have to think about slowing down in a minute. So you can see Watford Junction is now coming up. So we're just gradually going to start braking now. Yeah, I thought JP there was. And that high pitch noise is the driver vigilance. So telling me that I need to check that I'm still active. Yeah, mods, if you could put in the Humble Bundle link, that would be fantastic. Sorry, I forgot to send it to you, Ellie. Thank you, mods. There we go. I think there is a way of turning off the vigilance, Train Simulator Driver. I'll have to double check. Let me just stop at this station first. Oh, just got the train on. That'll do. I'll get the full train on. Yeah, I did. Pretty much. So you can see on the some stations, especially in the UK, you'll have this marker which will tell you where exactly you need to stop as well. So here at Watford Junction, and I'm just using the world camera and the arrows on your keyboard to have a look around. Oh, thanks. Yep. Control D to turn off your vigilance. So with the AWS and the vigilance, you can turn this off, which I'd recommend having a look in the manual for to make sure that if you wanted to have it turned off. As you can see, we're driving with the HUD. You don't necessarily have to be in the cab to drive the train. Oh, brilliant, Mr. Queco Gaming. That's good. Has anybody already bought the Humble Bundle? And if you have, which charity did you donate to? There you go. Get another flyby shot, shall we? Yes, British Ace. Yes, as British Ace said there, if you get it right and you progress well, a lot of the time you don't need the HUD. Another way, a different HUD to use is F3. So you've got an F4 HUD and an F3 HUD. The F3 HUD doesn't have any of the controls, but you can use that if you prefer using the controls in the cab to still see where your signals are. Yes, very good point, JP, as well. And you've also got the F5 HUD, which, if you don't want any HUD at all, but it will still tell you the speed, reverser, things like that. It's very useful for driving steam engines as well, steam locos. We'll drive this for another 10 minutes or so, and then we'll transfer over to another route. One of the next core routes as well. As you can see, the train has got a tilt as well, which it has in real life. So as it goes around a corner, it tilts. There you go. And for people about the unit, it's a class 390, which is a Pendolino, hence why it tilts. Now, the Pendolinos were built between the 23rd of July, or sorry, they were in service from the 23rd of July 2002 to now. They were constructed between 2001 and 2004 and 2010 and 2012. They had a refurbishment in 2021. There was 57 built altogether. Sadly, one was scrapped, but the other 56 are still in service. And there's two different types. There's a 390-0 and a 390-0 and a 390-1. That'll be speed change. So the 390-0s have a 99 first class and 370 standard class seats, and a 390-1 has 589 seats altogether, and has 145 first class seats for 444 standard. Probably break too much there. You get the knack of it. Some more power down. Mods, can you... Someone's asked for the Twitch link. Mods, could you put the Twitch link in? Thank you, Moggy, thank you. So we got 115 mile an hour speed limit coming up now. So I'm just going to ease off. Got some tight curves around here. Flying through. some more power down. Following another train as well. So you've got plenty of options with the West Coast Main Line South. You get the Pendolino, the Class 66, the 350, the Voyager as well. So you get plenty of different locomotives to use as well. That's brilliant, Moggy. Still doing well. We'll go for another few minutes and then we'll swap routes and I'll go through a bit more of the menu. So top speed of this, the main line, the West Coast Main Line, is 125 miles an hour. Quick question for chat, for those who are regulars. Have you seen, if you're into model railways, have you seen the new Bachmann announcements? And what did you think? Very good, JV. Yeah. No, mine wasn't, unfortunately. Southern Transport enthusiasts, we are driving the Avanti Class 390. Although the JP, yeah. Yeah, you wish it was Mocky though, don't you? You wish it was a high-speed Gronk. And as you can see, you can look around the cab, and if you use the arrows, you can swap seats as well. If you use the arrows as well, in some of the coaches you will be able to change as well. So in the first class, you can watch the world go by. Yeah, I'm going to speed set. Yeah, good point. I forgot. Just as I do that, just as I've got to slow down. There we go. As you can see, with driving a train, it's very much, you know, a judgment of how far you've got to your next like speed limit, or your next signals, sort of judging how far you need to stop or slow down, things like that. There we go. Yes, exactly, Train Simulator Driver. Yes, it's all about situational awareness and being aware of your surroundings, aware of your signals, aware of conditions, things like that. Sort of, you know, and it's something you'll pick up. The more you drive on the sim, the more you do, the more driving you do, the more experience you get. You'll improve and improve each time. Oh yes, definitely Baby and Kid, yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't recommend it for a first starter though, but yes, when you get into more complicated scenarios, you have things where you have to follow like trains close up and you get like yellow signals and you have to keep your speed down. So as you can see, I just turned off the speed set because we've got speed up. So I've now put some more power down and we're now speeding up. Then I'll speed set it again in a second. And then we'll swap routes then. I'll go through a bit more on the menu. So as you can see also where my points are as well, and every time I sped you got minus points. But don't panic too much. The better you get at driving, the more points you'll get. So I can speed set it now, and it will now stay at 124. Oh yeah. Right, and what we'll do is we'll now swap over routes. So I will just quit here, and you'll see what will happen as I quit. And as it comes up on the menu here, you can see what scenario we did, what score I got. It'll also give you all the different points. And if you have a setting online, you can also add your friends and global top. I think that's still working. And you get all your points and everything there, and your star rating. Yeah, I got quite a lot of speeding, so ignore that. Now, what I should have gone through before is what you've got here. Is you've got your quick drive, career, workshop, standard, and free roam. So your quick drive is just something you can randomize it. You can select different destinations, different routes, different locomotives, different weather conditions and different time, and you can select what exactly you will want to do. your career scenarios come up as there, and that career is your points based ones, as I said before, which you get points for. Where it'll come up and say how many points you've won and bits and pieces. Also shows you the duration and difficulty as well in the HUD here. So you've got the name of the scenario, the stars is what type of star you've got. You've got your different trains, your duration, difficulty, and whether you've completed it as well with your weather and locomotives. Your workshop is the ones you've downloaded, so these are scenarios that you can go into Steam Workshop and download, as well as routes, and it will put it into here, and you can then play it from there. Your standard is pretty much very similar as well to career. The only difference between the two is standard scenarios you don't get points, so it doesn't matter too much if you speed and things like that. It's just very simple. And then free roam is you can be the train and have a go at, you know, just driving anywhere on the route. So all the points are all unlocked, so you can drive around the route and you can put down your own, go into the scenario maker, make your own scenarios, and then on free roam put down your own rolling stock, and then you can just like move the rolling stock around how you want it to and drive exactly what you want as well. So what we'll do is we'll go over to Leipzig now. Oh, I hope I spelled that right. Hang on. Give me a second. There we go. So what we'll do is we'll move something to a little bit slower, and we'll do a Talent 2, and we'll do it outside in the rain. We'll move over to that. I had a feeling you would look for that Train Simulator driver. I've tried to make sure that doesn't happen tonight. I've already double checked that. Yes, I have been kid. I have been on the Engadine. Yes, not the whole way, but just up to about the tunnel where it jerts off and goes back towards Lanquart. Good afternoon, driver. Today you'll drive this RE50 service from Leipzig to Dresden. In part 1 you drive as far as Riesa. Please allow passengers to board here before departing at 1600. So again, very similar to the what we were driving before. Same controls on the HUD. The only difference is, as you can see, we've now got main brakes as well as electric brakes as well. So you can see on the HUD it's come up slightly differently. There you go, and this red bar denotes what the time period. So once it's gone to that end and it disappears, you get your points. No, I won't go through that, baby. Yes, there's also, so as well as the British safety systems, there is German safety systems. They are quite complex. There is actually a video that we have for safety systems, but that's for Train Sim World. But a lot of that knowledge from Train Sim World also works on Train Simulator. So, but you would need to check the manual. Manual will also go through some of those bits as well. into forward. So obviously with the Talent 2, the Talent 2 is more of a commuter rail sort of locomotive unit. So you got more stop starting with the unit, so it stops at all the more city routes and things like that. So obviously what we were on before in the UK, we're actually in Germany now. In the UK one, that was more of a high speed. Now the equivalent of the high speed here is the ICE. And we're off. Let's get our wipers on. So we've got this 40-mile-an-hour speed restriction at the moment. Go up to 60. Also with the Talent 2, because it's more of a commuter train, it has got very fast acceleration. It's something you'll learn to use, and how that sometimes the acceleration can cause wheel slip as well. Hi Connie, so I think there's a way so some people have been given away codes, Connie. So if there's anyone you know, say you bought the bundle and you wanted to give away some of the codes to other people, I've seen people do that as well. So there's some routes that you don't necessarily want as well. I'm fine, thanks, Connie, anyway. Thanks for asking. And we can go up to 150 kilometers. So max powered out. So I'll have to think about slowing down in a minute, so I'll just speed up a little bit more, because we've got to keep to our timings. got the 2 different livery Talon 2s as well. So with the core route as well, so you get, with Leipzig you get the DBBR ICE T, as well as the 442 as well. So you get different locomotives you can use on that on this as well. Yes, and that's very true, Moggy. As Moggy is in the chat has just said, it's better to probably slow down more and probably stop a little bit short than it is to go flying through the platform. So a nice run past shot. Do a few more stops on the Talon 2, and then we'll move over to the last core route. Again, chat, if there's any newbies, if you have any questions, just let us know in the chat. Get up to 100. Did Matt do that, Moggy? I didn't know that. I knew about the fish van situation. There we go. go, mate, good. So the Talent 2, I'll just give you a little bit of history about the Talent 2. The Talent 2 has been built by Bombardier and was in service between 2011 and now. They are still seen in service on regular service. They started production, started building them in 2008. There's quite a few companies that run them, so Deutsche Bahn, Abellio and National Express. They have a maximum speed of 99 miles an hour or 160 kilometers an hour. And they've been the Talent. There's a new version called the Talent 3, which is a bit of is going to be successor to the Talent 2 on mainline railways. About 5 kilometers away. So the Humble Bundle, Spurs Rail, Monty, if you can put the link in the chat again. The Humble Bundle is a selection of locomotives, and you pay a set amount and you get, depending on what stage you want to, how much you want to pay, you can get Train Simulator Classic as well as different locomotives and routes from all over the world. Some of the proceeds you can decide whether it goes to charity and bits and pieces as well. Thanks, mods. I'm fine, thanks, CSX372. How are we doing? We'll do one more stop after this, and then we'll swap over to the American route. So that should be pass. Got all the doors on that time. What have you been playing, chat? Is there any routes or locos you've been playing recently? Is there anything interesting that you've been playing? And what's been your latest Train Simulator Classic item you've got recently? So loco, route, could be anything, even workshop scenarios. Oh, awesome, Baked Bean Kid. Ah, glad you've been buying all the buying the Swiss routes. Hope they've been good. Oh, awesome, Train Simulator driver, brilliant. Oh, really, Moggy? Ah, fair enough. Right, got a speed limit of 80. Some of the signals in Germany will also tell you what the speed limit is. Reach the speed limit. Yeah, it's a good deal, Khabib. Yeah, if you want to start it, I mean, even if you haven't got the time, Khabib, it's a good deal to get, and then you can always get it and start having a go whenever you want to. If you go for the smaller one. And I've shown you how not to stop, really. But there'll still be able to get in. But you can easily make mistakes like that. I didn't judge it far enough. So the passengers are just going to have to walk. Whoops, yep. That can be easily done. Not quite Bait Being Kid, because I'd have to only get one door on, but I've got three doors on, so I've got a whole unit on still. So if I only had one coach on, then it would be. But there we go. Right, let's move on to the next route, which you get with Core, and we'll just do a quick scenario on that. Right, let's do... There's also a scenario you'll find in Korea called it will be in Korea or in standard. It's also called rail fan mode, where you literally just stand there as like a rail fan, and it will show you all the trains moving around as well. Good evening, MWCST arrived in Bakersfield a short time ago. You've been tasked to remove some empty cars from the rear of the consist and place them in the occupied yard truck. Then you must add some loaded tank cars. Once this is complete, the train will be allowed to continue north to Stockton. Start proceeding to the south end of the yard. So again, this is different. This is a different locomotive. So these are diesels. So they will have different ways as well. So don't panic by all the buttons. Again, with the HUD, you can still drive it. But also, if you want to learn, have a look at the some of the details in the manuals, and you'll be able to still soon understand bits you need to drive. So. Baby Kind, yes, shunting, yeah. Make sure we don't derail. Again, manual junctions, you'll find them sometimes in the yards. These will also be changed on the map, you can see there. And also by going up to the points as well. Yes, true, Train Simulator driver, very true. Awesome, Khabib. Awesome. Yeah, they are great. You see on the task list will also point out where exactly you need to do. Where exactly you need to go. And what we've got to do is uncouple some of these as well. And we'll show you how you do that. Nearly there now. Sure the road is set correctly, yep. Do stop here. So we wait for the timer. There's a reverse into track, into yard track 2 and coupled to the consist. So, let's have a look. So, I think that was where we were. Yep. So now reversing, we've got a couple up to this set now. Go. We'll slow down a couple onto these in a second. Now a couple empty centre beam car, a 55287 from the tank car in front of it. And drop these cars off anywhere in the yard, track 3. Keep locomotive 713 connected to the locomotives 3144 and 3147. So what you do is you look through your list here. So this is where we are, and we're looking for 362 362 652. So is that at the other end? You got to look through all the list. Three, 626. I've probably already passed it. Three, 62643. Not quite. And 85. So 855287. Probably past that. It's all the numbers. You have to look through all the numbers. 855287. I think I've got them all. There we go. So that was the one I needed, which is behind the tank car. So I counted all the one at the very end, and we've now got to move these into track 3. We've got to keep this locomotive attached. Yeah, Baby and Kid, I could have done that, to be honest. So what we'll do is we'll just show you, I'll reverse the set and we'll uncouple, and then we'll finish there for tonight. So once we've passed this signal, past this point, then I can reverse back then. There we go. And then we can reverse back then, and we'll drop it off in track 3. Which I think is now correct. Yes, it is. So now pushing the set. Wagons we've got. So the locomotives we're using to do what we call switching or shunting. Switching is the American version of shunting. These are SD40-2s, and they're sort of very much a mainstay of American railroads. You'll find them pretty much anywhere. Right, so anywhere in there now. You'll also find with American trains, because they are a lot longer, you'll find the brakes take a lot longer to come on. Great job. Move to yard track 15 to couple up to the tank cars. There we go. So there we go. I think what we'll do is we'll leave it there. So that, I hope that sort of gives you an intro into TS Classic, Train Simulator Classic. There's plenty of things that you can do. Locomotives rolling stock. If you haven't got the Humble Bundle yet, it's a great deal. Even if you've just done Train Sim World and you want to do something a bit different, get the Humble Bundle. Even if you just want to, a good idea is maybe it's something you don't want to try just yet. It's a great thing to just pick up, and then when you've got 5 minutes just to go into and have a go. Train Simulator Classic is a great game, something I've always enjoyed. So yeah, have a go. There's plenty of different locos and bits and pieces. Thanks, mods. Mods have just put it in the chat again for you. And if you have any more questions about how to drive, any issues, things like that you get stuck with, go to our forums. Also have a look at the manuals. Also have a look on YouTube. There's plenty of tutorial videos and all sorts out there to have a look at. So there we go. That is it from me tonight, and I'll see you all in the next TSC stream. Take care. Bye bye. Finally, we have Train Sim Play, streaming Cologne Koblenz. If you've enjoyed seeing the streams, what we've had today, be sure to tell us on the forums and on social media by tagging us. And don't forget to check out our Storm pages and make most of the sales before they end on Monday the 6th of February at 6 PM UTC. There we go. I hope you've all enjoyed it and we'll see you all very soon. Take care.
Ich begrüße euch ganz herzlich hier zur Baureihe 103, endlich wieder im Train Simulator. Hier ist Train Sim Play und hier ist Köln Hauptbahnhof. Ja, die 103 von VR Virtual Railroads. Lange wollte ich sie euch schon zeigen und mit der 103 und den wundervollen Rheingoldwagen mal eine Tour drehen hier von Koblenz, von Köln nach Koblenz, aber wir kamen halt vorher nicht dazu. Auch hier in den Wagen drin. Sehr schön, die Rheingoldwagen. Hier die erste Klasse Großraumwagen. Ja, herrlich. Das ist doch mal ein tolles Flair. Haben wir hier, ich weiß nicht, ob jetzt hier noch der Panoramawagen mit dabei ist. Sieht aber nicht so aus. Aber wir haben ein Restaurant. Ach, auch wirklich ganz toll. Die Gastronomie hier. Rheingold. Super. Zurück in den Führerstand. So, dann machen wir uns mal die Batterie an, es sei denn, sie ist schon an. Shift B. Ich glaube, die Batterie ist schon an, ne? Ja. Dann schauen wir mal, wie es mit der Handbremse aussieht. Ups. So. Na? Irgendwie verändert sich das Piktogramm nicht. Ich weiß nicht, ob jetzt die Handbremse gelöst ist oder nicht. Kann ich gerade nicht beurteilen. Weiß ich nicht. So, dann gucken wir uns mal hier die Hauptluftleitung an. Da müsste eigentlich 10 Bar drin sein. Das ist aber nicht der Fall. Daher drücken wir mal Shift und Plus. Und das bringt gar nichts. Okay. Können wir den Fahrtrichtungswender auf Vorwärtsstellung packen? So, jetzt. Nee. Ich bin mir nicht sicher, wie das mit der Handbremse hier aussieht. Ah ne, ach da, der Hauptluftbehälter da. Da, was erzähle ich denn da? Das ist die Hauptluftleitung. Das ist natürlich was anderes. Schwachsinn von mir erzählt. Der Pantograph ist schon oben. Genau. Dann die SIFA lassen wir aus. Machen wir die PZB an. Das wäre dann Shift 8. Achso, der Fahrtrichtungswender muss auf Aus sein. Jetzt aber Shift 8. So, Zugart O ist aktiv. Das ist gut. Die LZB mit Shift 6. Shift 6. Shift 6. Shift 6. Funktioniert nicht. Okay, weiß ich nicht, warum die LZB nicht funktioniert, ist aber auch egal. Dann einmal die Lampen vorne an. Jawohl. Und jetzt den Fahrtrichtungswender nach vorne. Dann müssen wir hier noch die Türen aufmachen, müssen wir nicht. Die Fahrgäste sind schon zugestiegen. Dann können wir eigentlich die Bremsen lösen. Instrumentenbeleuchtung machen wir uns noch an. Und können theoretisch fahren, oder? Vielleicht war doch die Handbremse angelegt? Okay, gut, wir rollen weiter, das heißt, die Handbremse ist nicht angelegt. Jawohl. So, wir dürfen uns auch befreien. Fahren jetzt erstmal mit 40 aus. Können uns auch hier die Pultbeleuchtung anmachen. Was haben wir? Zugspitzensignale. So. Hier ist die PZB. Ne? Das können wir nicht bedienen. Was ist hier? Der Pantograph, glaube ich, ne? Hauptschalter, das ist nicht bedienbar. Lampencheck. Ja, funktioniert. Hier können wir nichts bedienen. Der Sandstreuer. Die Trafo-Umschaltung ist hier nicht bedienbar bei der vereinfachten Variante. Schade. So, wir dürfen wie schnell fahren? Immer noch 40. Wir kennen ja den Teil hier aus Köln-Aachen von TSW 2 oder 3. Da fahren wir dann hier rechts auf den Gleisen weiter. Auch schön was los. Hier schön Rollmaterial. Ich glaube, das ist eine 294 da hinten. Intercity-Wagen. Dostos. Was haben wir hier an Wagen? Sind das die KIJLS? Ne, das sind die SHIMMNS und das ist die 294, ne? Ja. Wo sind wir? Da sind wir. So, wir dürften hoch auf die 80. Hohe Abbremsung. Ach ja, die 103. Eine wundervolle Lok. So, genug Screenshots gemacht, Zeit, sich auf die Strecke zu konzentrieren. Ich habe ehrlich gesagt vor Monaten mich ein bisschen damit beschäftigt, Köln-Koblenz V2 oder was weiß ich für ein Update, Vegetationsupdate hier drauf zu ziehen aus dem Rails im Forum. Ich bin ehrlich gesagt, ich habe ehrlich gesagt keine Ahnung, ob das tatsächlich funktioniert hat oder nicht. Ich kann das nicht beurteilen, weil ich nicht so auf dem Train Simulator unterwegs bin, dass ich sagen könnte, ob das jetzt die Vanilla-Strecke ist, so wie sie DTG liefert, oder ob das die geupdatete Vegetation ist. Ich kann mir vorstellen, dass da irgendwie schon was geupdatet ist. Aber je ne sais pas. So, 80 weiterhin. Wir durften, glaube ich, zwischenzeitlich 90 fahren, ne? Habe ich jetzt ignoriert. Vermisst. Haben Sie diesen Mann gesehen? Bisschen schade, dass die Trafo-Umschaltung in dieser vereinfachten Version der VR 103 nicht funktioniert. Aber das ist eben so eine Sache, ne, mit VR und deren Geschäftsmodell, mit diesen Expert-Line-Logs. Ja, weiß ich nicht, was ich davon halten soll. Ist sicherlich für VR gut, ne, keine Frage, sonst würden sie es nicht machen, aber ich bin dann zum Beispiel, ups, das wollte ich nicht. Ich bin dann zum Beispiel doch sehr, sehr froh, dass es im TSV das nicht gibt, sondern die Logs halt alle in diesem Sinne in der Qualität, in dieser einen Qualität dann geliefert werden und das da jetzt nicht, man jetzt nicht noch für zusätzliche Funktionen, die es eigentlich in der Log geben müsste, noch extra Geld zahlen muss. So, 160 dürfen wir jetzt fahren. Ich gehe mal davon aus, dass unsere Wagen auch 160 machen dürfen. Alles andere würde mich wundern, aber apropos Wagen, wir können uns mal reinsetzen. Aha. Ganz, aber nur diesen Wagen interessant. Okay, schade. Einmal hoch mit der Leistung. So, mal zwischendurch einen Schluck Wasser getrunken. Und dann mal hoch auf die 160. Können wir mal gut ausnutzen, weil so oft dürfen wir auf der Strecke nicht so schnell fahren. Hier links das Betriebswerk, das von Köln Hürth, glaube ich, oder? Das steht da eigentlich in Realität fett dran. Ne, steht aber hier nicht. Das ist auch übrigens, wenn man den Regionalexpress nimmt in Richtung Moviepark. Phantasialand, nicht Moviepark. Dann fährt man auch hier auf den Gleisen entlang. Ich bin mir dann nur nicht ganz sicher, wo man dann aussteigt. Vielleicht sehe ich ja noch. Wir waren jetzt hier. Ja doch, Jut. Ja. Lag ich gar nicht mal so falsch mit. Na. Na. Ah! Ich verpasse immer genau die Kameras. Okay, ich lasse es. Bin zu inkompetent dafür. Wieder hoch auf die 160 nach wie vor. Wahnsinn, wie schnell die Lok einfach auf Tempo kommt, ne? Das ist verrückt. Ich habe noch ein bisschen was an Rollmaterial abgestellt von DB Cargo. Da kommt uns eine 294 entgegen. Sehr schön. Und vorbei am Bahnhof von Brühl. Ist nicht das Phantasialand sogar in Brühl? Also man sieht es nicht, aber theoretisch müsste es, glaube ich, irgendwo auf der rechten Seite sein. Doch ja, auf jeden Fall Fahrtrichtung rechts. Müsste man glaube ich, sogar den Freefall Tower, glaube ich, sehen können aus dem Zug. Zwar ein bisschen weiter weg, aber man kann ihn eigentlich noch sehen. Aber ich gehe mal davon aus, dass so wie die Landschaft da hinten aussieht, der Freefall Tower noch lange gesucht werden kann. Vorher finden wir den Mann aus dem Fahndungsplakat. So, das Signal ist nicht unseres. Und wir fahren durch den nächsten Bahnhof, der da heißt, das werden wir sofort herausfinden. Erstmal Leistung ein bisschen runter, bevor wir zu schnell werden. Sechtem. Oder Sechtem? Was man in Realität so auf der Strecke sieht, ist unter anderem der Rhein-Ruhr-Express. Der fährt hier entlang. Der Siemens Mireo, glaube ich, auch. Den sieht man, glaube ich, auch als Regionalzug hier irgendwo auf der Strecke. Meine ich zumindest. Der fährt, da gibt es eine Regionalbahn, die fährt zwischen Köln und Bonn. Ich weiß aber leider nicht, wie die Regionalbahn heißt, beziehungsweise wer sie betreibt. Und ich weiß auch nicht mehr genau, welcher Zug das war. Ich saß schon mal da drin, aber... Also ich glaube, es ist ein Siemens Mireo. Ja. Und Fernverkehr haben wir natürlich hier alles Mögliche, ne? Also Intercities sehen wir, ICEs, die Eurocities der SBB fahren hier entlang. Die Nightjets fahren hier entlang. Und natürlich jede Menge Güterverkehr. Wobei der Güterverkehr tendenziell so eher noch rechtsrheinisch stattfindet und abläuft und abgewickelt wird, während hier linksrheinisch eher der Fernverkehr vor allen Dingen und aber auch der Regionalverkehr unterwegs sind. So, ich glaube, wir sind schon in unmittelbarer Nähe von Bonn Hauptbahnhof. Oder weiß ich nicht, ob wir da unmittelbar in der Nähe sind, aber es ist auf jeden Fall nicht mehr weit. Aber da halten wir, glaube ich, nicht. Ne? Ups. Ne, wir halten nur in Koblenz. Wir fahren hier durch Bonn gleich durch, wobei das hier nicht Bonn ist, sondern das ist Roisdorf. So, da kommt uns wieder was entgegen. Oder jemand. Ein Dosto. Mit der 146 vorne bespannt. Stimmt, die sieht man natürlich auch, wobei ich weiß gar nicht, ob man die aktuell überhaupt noch hier sieht. Ist ja jetzt auch nicht mehr so oft anzutreffen. Leider, muss ich sagen, denn ich finde ehrlich gesagt, die Dostos hier von Bombardier fand ich immer tatsächlich deutlich angenehmer als den Rhein-Ruhr-Express zum Beispiel. Ich finde, als Fahrgast finde ich den Rhein-Ruhr-Express vom Komfort her nicht ganz so gut. Was ich auch nicht so gut finde, ist, dass wir eine Ankündigung auf 60 haben. Und jetzt mal schnell runter müssen. Schneller. Verdammt. Oh. Das ist natürlich nicht so gut in der Sonderfahrt, ne? Ich hoffe, den Menschen ist die Suppe da jetzt nicht vom Teller gefallen. I'm sorry. Muss auch warten, bis der Bremszylinder leer ist. Der Bremszylinderdruck unten ist. So. Und jetzt können wir Leistung ausschalten. Tja, so schnell kann das passieren, ne? Ist das Bonn? Ja. Dürfen nur mit 60 durch. So, den Intercity, den dürfen wir überholen. Ach, ist gar keine Lockdown. Oh, wir sind so schnell. Wir sind so schnell. Hier zu wohnen ist schon, also ist bestimmt laut, aber ist auch schon irgendwie cool, den ganzen Tag die Züge sehen zu können. Wäre schon nicht schlecht. So, wir dürfen auch schon wieder auf Geschwindigkeit hoch. Und zwar auf 100. Da ist das DTG-Symbol. So, ihr Lieben, heute ausnahmsweise mal werden wir die Fahrt in 2 Teile teilen. Das bedeutet, ich verabschiede mich jetzt. Mit dem nächsten Video seht ihr dann Teil 2 von der Fahrt. Von daher bedanke ich mich fürs Zusehen. Ich wünsche euch alles Gute und alles Liebe.